Guys, welcome back to another one of my YouTube reels, and in this YouTube reel I'm just going to be doing random crap. Now guess what? I retried daily uploading it for today. 9 videos for on my device right now. 9 videos. And then I have these two. So 11 videos, and that's why I could go up 2 in this video. Like, I'm planning on filming a nostalgia video and a time-lapse video. Now, my top priorities are these two, plus also this one is for my outside channel, so it's obviously one of my top priorities right there. This one is my dog, and this one is also my dog. So like, these 4, and then these 2, so 6, and then to fill in, I'll probably do 7, 8, 9. Well, I'll probably do like 6, 7, 8, and then I'll probably have a nostalgia video in this video. But I don't know. I'm sweating for some reason. Luckily, I have a fan. But well, I just have so much in my life. I have so much going on technically, and also with these files I have so much going on. So I have a lot going on. Actually, this is my GTA 5 video. Ah yes, GTA 5. So my top priorities changed to those 5. Then 6, 7 for those 2 videos on my SD card after I get all those 9 items copied to it and put into its own file, basically. Its file. So yeah, but I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Most of this video, I'm going to be filming a nostalgia video for one of my small series on my second channel, and a time lapse, and probably like 2 aviation videos. So yeah, actually, I do have to do my flights, but I don't know. But one thing's for sure, once I get channel history here, the advanced features channel history, once I get that, I could be in business. Now it's almost been a month. I think the guy started it like the 20th, so it's getting close to a month. Now, for like my nostalgia videos, those nostalgia videos are probably going to be like the videos that provide the most channel history for it. Unless I just watch YouTube Shorts all day, like just like watch like YouTube Shorts just like all day. Just for a whole day. So yeah, but I'm going to start this nostalgia video What's up guys, welcome back to another one of my YouTube videos, and this is a small nostalgia video for my small nostalgia series, so yeah. Now, I really want channel history, so like, a small portion of this, like, probably first, like, 30 minutes to an hour will just be YouTube Shorts, me watching YouTube Shorts for channel history. Then I'm going to go into, like, my library and my watch later, so then I can watch, like, a bunch of different videos. And I really mean a bunch. I have like at least 300 videos in here, so I'm obviously not going to have all these 300 videos in this video, but I'm going to definitely have, like, I'm going to watch a lot of videos in here. So yeah. Or I could watch, like, movies. I could watch movies on YouTube here.
This Mirage pilot won't be ejecting. That R60 was launched from my home, but R60s are about as stealthy as a Su-57, which means this F-15 has been approaching from the second I sent my smoky death stick at the Mirage. The F-15 sneaks up on me, and I barely get a missile off in time, which doesn't bother him at all. This burst of 20 mil is the last thing my virtual pilot sees, and even though he is now Swiss cheese, his hand is still pulling the trigger. My uncontrolled chopper takes off the F-15's wing, G-locking its pilot. My lifeless chopper continues spraying its guns into the city before crashing into it, and the F-15's pilot never wakes. This Mirage pilot won't.
War Thunder, but after every kill, I increase my American Jets decade. Current decade, 1940s. Okay, now please don't mind my aim. It was not the prettiest, but I still ended up getting the kill pretty easily. This aircraft on screen is one of the funnest planes in game, and this is because it launches rockets that explode when near an enemy. I'm gonna sound like an unk here, but this used to be one of the best planes in game. But anyways, I shot the nice missile up this guy's butt. So the kill that I got using the F-14 was a 1000 IQ play. I launched 2 missiles at him, and although he missiled the first one, my second missile was able to easily get him. Please tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a monkey could play top tier. I mean, all you would have to do is launch a missile, and you could probably get a kill. Now, before you watch this kill, I just want to say I was trying to get a good clip for the video, but as I was looking at the enemy to show you guys that he died, I ended up crashing into a tree. As I've said before in previous videos, just know that your teammates are actually just enemies in blue. War Thunder, but after every kill, I increase.
If your eye popped out of its socket, could you use it to look around a corner? You see, normally getting an eyeball to actually pop out of your face is incredibly hard because it's strapped down tight by thick muscles and ligaments. But if you were to have an injury that tore through everything holding your eye, while somehow keeping the nerve that connects it to your brain intact, it wouldn't work either, since that nerve is actually super short, so your eye would just get stuck right against your eyelid. And even if we made it long enough to look around a corner, your eye would technically still work, but it would just dangle there, so your brain wouldn't know what to make of the massive difference between what each eye is seeing, confusing it to the point of giving you extreme nausea and even blurring your vision from that eye. If your eye popped out of its socket,
72-year-old Judge Thomas Ludington crashed his wife's Cadillac into 2 traffic signs with a blood alcohol of at least 0.17, which is more than double the legal limit.
Can you pick a number between 19 and 21?
15. Okay. State police arrested him at the scene, and he ended up posting a $500 bond and pleading not guilty.
Where are we going? We're going to jail.
Now, there's no legal requirement that he step aside from being a judge. Federal judges serve lifetime appointments. He's presumed innocent, just like everyone else. But here's what you need to know about this judge. During COVID, this same judge, who the Detroit News calls arguably the toughest sentencer in the eastern half of Michigan, denied every single compassionate release request from more than 40 federal inmates. People in prison were begging to be let out because the Bureau of Prisons couldn't contain the COVID virus. Every single one of them, the judge told no. So this judge showed no flexibility when other people's lives were on the line, and he's now relying on the same system to treat him fairly. And so far, his punishment has been $500 bond and back to work the next week. But here's what really gets me. It's not the arrest. People make mistakes and they should deal with the consequences. It's the fact that this was essentially hidden for 4 months. Nobody told the public. Nobody told the defendant standing in his courtroom. He kept sitting on the bench and is still sitting there, deciding people's futures, while his own criminal case is quietly working its way through a county court 3 hours north. And the system was perfectly comfortable pretending it didn't happen. 72-year-old judge.
By the way, AI doesn't have to use water. People think they have to pick between having AI and having Aquafina. But that's not the case. Using a ton of water isn't a requirement for AI. They only use it because it's the cheapest and the easiest way to cool it.
This gutsy sailor jumps my flank and I want to swallow my pride, having stepped by a little. The sailor's younger and much shorter family member, then walks me with radar and I stand no chance of outrunning a strike eagle that has a power and altitude advantage. The F-15 starts slinging missiles and the third one could have done the job if his mountain wasn't there to break the radar lock. It is also broken the line of sight between us, creating my only chance. I hope the F-15 doesn't regain visual and reverse my turn. I was shocked when this worked, but I was pretty hard to see. There's no excuse for not seeing these flares though, as I slot in behind the F-15 that finally realizes my location. To repay the favour of being chased for several minutes, I've decided whistles are too nice of a way to end this fight, and despite having 10 of them, I switched to guns and celebrated 300,000 subscribers. This guts.
Here's why the BT Bomber is such a feared aircraft.
BT Bomber, don't break.
Huh? Oh, shit. Yo, that's on our side, right? Alright, Samuel, here's why the BT Bomber.
Exploring America until it's ugly. Ooh, okay. I think this was Tennessee. This is nice. Not ugly. Nevada.
One of the first successful American jet fighters, and one of the two protagonists of the struggle for air superiority over continental.
This is Leonidas, the world's first
GTA 6's map just got...
This is Leonidas, the world's first and only real-life operational force field. We're about to put it to the test.
GTA...
You know what nobody tells you about being a personal injury lawyer? Well, when someone gets sued, they don't blame the insurance company that...
So one way I could watch these plane crash animations to where then I could just like get a lot of channel history. So then I could get, you know, the advanced features, but that might be a aviation related one too. So this plane and beam crash channel also does some nice boat crash things, shipwrecks. ship sinkings. So right now I'm just watching the animation playlist that he has for them. So then I could gain, you know, like I said, whatever channel history or whatever. So yeah, but I should be able. Well, hold on. Since I really want, since sometimes it's when I go to the homepage, if I like watch a bunch of videos or something, it reloads so then I could get some new content. So yeah, so I'm trying to get that. Hold on. Those maybe maybe season. I'm trying to find the playlist that on the Bob Wash channel. I'm trying to find the playlist that he has with all the videos. There it is. That's also I really should think. I should, since I don't know if like the Outdoor Boys channel has like playlists on this channel. Yeah. So he has abandoned homestead food. Winter camping. He has 49 winter camping videos. Yeah, so like I'm going to watch a bunch of his videos. Like right now, I'm going to be watching 40 of his videos on a playlist that he made. So yeah, but I'm going to go get a snack and yeah. I'm actually going. So for the rest of this video, I'm also going to watch all these videos, just not in the nostalgia video. So like after, I will. But like I said, I have to go get a snack. So yeah.
That's the footprint of the snowshoe hare right there. There's a snowshoe hare from, and sure enough, there's a rabbit right over there. As long as I pretend like I can't see him, he's just gonna sit right there. There he is. Just stop to look back at me and see if I'm chasing him. If you ever scare up a rabbit, just be cool, and they'll usually stop right before they get out of sight to look back at you. Alright, we got plenty of dead wood for our shelter and for a fire. And it's in a pretty good spot right here. I'm going to build my shelter between these 3 dead trees, so I'm going to need to chop down at least 12, 15 dead trees.
So I got a snack and a drink, and if you want to know something, I'm not going to watch all of these videos, all these funny videos in just this nostalgia video. I'm going to continue watching it for probably the rest of this night, so yeah. So this nostalgia video will go to my 12:20 AM alarm that I set tonight, as like a scheduling thing. So yeah, kind of a scheduling thing.
Might not be familiar with violet bread. It's a shelf-stable cracker, kind of like a saltine with less salt, and it's one of the 4 basic food groups of the bush here in Alaska. Now, pilot bread is a little bit dry, so you need something to wash it down with, and for that, I like powdered egg. And if you go out in the bush and off the orange juice and bread, there's a good chance you're going to get this. Got some smoked wild caught sockeye salmon to go with it. Alright, I got a good pile of trees going here. I need to take all the limbs off them. To do that, I'm going to use a Japanese katana. It's like a hatchet with a shit blade. I've only been here for 3 hours and the sun's already setting. Oh, I get started so quick up here.
Alright guys, here's my bag of lamps. About 5 pounds of just light. We have 18 hours of darkness here. So you gotta bring a lot of light and a lot of batteries. And this right here is my box of batteries. So I've got 16 GoPro batteries, a backup battery for my cell phone and for my GPS. That weighs another 5 pounds. So between camera batteries and camera lights, I've got about 10 pounds of gear I bring with me at a minimum on every one of these trips. Well, I didn't get as much done as I was hoping, but the sun has set and I'm running on twilight, so I need to hurry up and get some firewood, gather up everything around the camp, because it's going to get really dark real quick. I brought along a couple caribou hides. The hairs of the caribou are hollow, so they make really good insulators. I'm getting hungry. We cook some dinner. Oh, that dry dead pine goes up like gasoline. Oh, the temperature's dropped. I'll bundle myself up a little bit. Gonna have some hot tan. You know, cold tan is okay, but when you heat it up, it's like wassail with spice oil. It's actually really good. Alright guys, it's time for dinner. I'm gonna make something special. I'm roasting lamb shank. Oh, I love lamb. Got a touch of olive oil here. Just want it oily so that all the herbs will stick to it. I'm going to set it over the fire. Just sear the outside. Oh yeah, nice sear on that. Now we're going to roast it slow and low. I'm just going to go ahead and add some rosemary, thyme, and parsley to the roast. Oh my goodness, this smells amazing and it sounds amazing. I don't know what it is about shelling peanuts, but it tastes so much better when you shell it yourself. I think it's a metaphor for life. Just enjoy things a lot more than you have to work for it. I got a little Indian butter curry and some instant rice to go with my lamb here. I'm going to start boiling that up. Plus, I brought along a couple pieces of naan too, because, you know, why not? There we go, guys. Roasted lamb shank, butter curry, and naan. That is, oh, it smells amazing. I'm going to try out this lamb shank. That is so good. I don't eat lamb enough. The salt and pepper is so good. Oh, curry is good too. Whoa, I am stuck. Oh, I need to do this. I was getting to bed and I knocked my pillow into the fire and I jumped down and grabbed it, but the damage was done. Now it's got a little hole in it. I've got a little stuff sack for my tarp came in. I'm going to put my down jacket inside. Do a little DIY. There we go. Not too bad of a solution. Gotta be careful. I want to make sure I don't drop anything else in the fire, including myself. Luckily, I don't roll around much, so I think it should be okay. I'm going to put this camera, and I'm going to see you guys. Oh, good morning. Oh, I slept really well last night. I'm so warm and bad. The fire was still going, and it's using the platform from underneath. And it just be this nice, gentle, warm, coming up from the mat. Even with the fire out, I'm still a lot warmer than sleeping on the ground. The ground just sucks the heat out of you. Being off the ground makes a big difference. But I think it's time for me to get up and build a fire. Make some breakfast. Keeps it nice and clean. Yes. Alright, it's hard to be very gentle here. Alright, count for seconds here. Yeah. Oh. When I was a kid, me and my family would go camping here in Alaska. We would go berry picking and pick wild blueberries. All the big blueberry pancakes every morning. Brings back a lot of fun memories. Alright, I think it's time to start cleaning this party up.
trees. Real. It's just a fight away. Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
You good? Hey, David, give me a high five. I'm impressed. You served you the long way, bud. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't rest that much. Feel straight up? Here, like that. Everything. Alright guys, this is me and Jacob Shelter for the night. I want to finish it up. I want to go ahead and put some walls on it, get it all battened down, because it's a lot windier today, so we're going to be a lot more exposed to the elements. Well, finding dead trees in town won't be a problem. About 9 out of 10 trees here are dead already. In the summertime, this place is a massive forest fire risk, so getting out some of these dead trees won't be a bad thing. How you doing, dude? You getting cold? Oh, what's cold? Your hand? Hey? Oh. You gotta stick them in Daddy's pocket. Get them warmed up. You got some backup for us. They are? Well, the gloves go in my pocket. When those feel better, then you can switch your gloves back if you want. Are you feeling cold? Do you want me to make a little bed for you? Okay. I'm taking my boys camping in some pretty gnarly conditions, and one thing I've learned, never skim on the kids' sleeping bag. Because if all else fails, you can always put them in their sleeping bag. The case is feeling better? You like the sleeping bag? Your feet nice and toasty? Huh. Like that? Ready for some hot dogs? Alright. You're doing a good job with that, dude. You like your hot dog? Ah, it's hard to eat a hot dog over a campfire. You nice and toasty your sleeping bag? You want me to get rid of the smoke? Okay. I got Jacob fed and warm. Now I need to go ahead and process all this wood. because I want to make this platform a little wider. National Pallet Tipper now. 1500? You know what this is? Cookie dough. That's what the cookies look like before you put them in the oven. Like that? Yeah, where do you think that's the cozy in there? I've been working like a dog from sunrise to sunset, but unfortunately that's not a very long time here in Alaska. I had a bust out and I land. I'll tell you, these ice fishing sleds make really good beds for little boys. You put them on a couple logs so they're up off the ice, and put a little foam mat at the bottom of this thing. Now that'll make a cozy little bed tonight. You probably use a pillow, huh? You want a little headlamp? No. First off, yes, scary people. Because people kill them. No, she won't. Slippers. Go camping booties. Keep your feet warm. You can wear them in your sleeping bag. Yes, no cold toes. You need to build a fire, don't you? Oh, wow. This shelter just jumped like 20 degrees. It is so warm in here. But I gotta keep this fire mellow. I don't want to melt my tarp. Well, me and Jake are sitting here around the fire and we're having a conversation about wolves. What do you think about wolves, Jake? You worried about any wolves coming to get at us? Did Daddy tell you you're safe? You Daddy? No. The wolves are scared of people and will stay far away, especially if you have a campfire. The biggest danger around here is moose. Just give them enough space and they'll leave you alone. Oh, that fire was roaring and it didn't be a bit much in the shelter. So I went ahead and moved it outside and took some of the coals and put them right here. I'm going to go ahead and start cooking some dinner. All right, as usual, I got a little something special prepared for dinner. We're going to have some Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. It's going to be good. Alright, way to get big food. Chica, where's the bunny? Oh, we lost you here, buddy. You okay? How about a big sandwich? Yeah, that sounds good. What do you think of that? That was good? You like this thing? Yeah, this is the spot. I think I might need to have another one of these. Alright, I got something a little special for dessert here. Oh, look at that. It's got strawberries, raspberries, blackberries, blueberries. Look at that. We got pine trees. You want this? Look at this. Get out. Just because I love you so much. And you're so tired. Do you like Dad's food pine here now? Yeah, we don't keep the pie in bed at home, do we? Is that good? No point in leaving the leftovers, right? Oh, good. Hold on, I got you. Oh, that was good. Alright guys, I'm going to read Jason's stories my dad used to read to me and my brother when we were out camping. This is a collection of 2 bear stories from around Alaska. Some of these stories are a little bit intense, so I'm going to try to pick a 3 appropriate one here. The bear didn't lunge at it. They embraced the death story. The man using his knife, bear his fangs and claws. Well, we had a good time reading stories and eating whipped but Jason falling asleep, and I think it's time for me to get my bed ready too. That's rough. Well, it's so safe, like you can get that fixed any way you want.
Special shit fix while I get my hair fixed. Yep, they can fix my glass while I fix the max. If you want, they can calibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants. Well, one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeWeb.com. This Easter, save $5 when you spend $30 on select toys at Target.
Amica Insurance is proudly customer. We know what keeps you going, and we work harder to do it.
Well, you know, guys, I'm pretty proud of the progress we made on the shelter, and I've got a lot to do tomorrow. So, we're going to have to full day tomorrow, but great to see you. I'll see you guys in the morning. Well, good morning. It's about an hour before sunrise. We're doing well. It's a little cold in here, but we're getting the fire started. It's all nice and toasty again. Did you get attacked by wolves? Alright, Jake, you want to get some breakfast? We've got little raspberry strudels and chocolate croissants. Because we can. There you go. Oh, I like my fingers. I also got some chicken and apple breakfast sausages here. We're going to cook those up. I've got a couple eggs here. We're going to cook those by the fire. Save those. Right. There we go. So listen, I got a bit of building to do today, so I'm going to go ahead and clean this stuff up, and then we're going to get to work. Now I just need to do a little trim up. I need to make these edges nice and clean. Make these logs all the same length. Not too shabby. That is a sharp-looking shelter right there. Yeah, I'm proud of that. Yeah, we put cardboard in top. That thing will get sealed up really good. I'm pretty happy with the progress we made today. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get a chance to camp in it tonight. Yeah, Jacob, do you want to go home tomorrow? Yeah, I have a little bit left I want to do on the shelter, so I think I'll save that for my next camp out. Did I get what you ready out your sleeping bag? Oh. Oh, there's tons of bunny tracks here, Jake. Of course, the bunnies have eaten the bark off the tree. That's what they eat in the wintertime. I can see it, we're almost there. Alright, we made it. And looks like some animals have been visiting. This is a moose track from only a day ago. So many rabbit tracks here. See if they went inside? Yeah! There was a bunny that was inside our fort. We had house guests. You know, that's pretty hard to do with snowshoes on there, Jake. There we go. Gotta go try that ladder. Yeah, now you're climbing it like a champ. Why don't you use the shovel to clean off the snow there? Let's pick up all the warm up. You got to do that something back. You want me to use your blankie? Okay. Jacob's such a trooper. He's been following me around in his snowshoes for the last 2 hours, but his fingers are all cold, so I threw him in a sleeping bag, gave him some toys and his blankie. He's good to go. If you're going to take kids out in the weather, have a good sleeping bag. A good sleeping bag can fix a lot of problems. looks looking pretty good. Just need some final touches. Really need a chair. Now we got that done, I think we can get some firewood chopped up. Sun's starting to set. Time to get on our way. Well, now we got my lights on, I think I need to get a little organized here. This is a bit of a mess. There we go. Boy, this fire's just barely started. It's already warming up. The shelter just concentrates that heat so well. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Oh, is this warm? Yeah. You like the trail mix, bud? Yeah, he's probably pretty hungry, huh? I got a little boy who's hoping he's hungry, so we're going to go ahead and get a hot dog going.
Actually, with your insurance more than with Wi-Fi? You should, oh yeah, you should have been doing that.
Oh no! Oh, hang in there, Minnie! That's good with the hot dog. The light is ready to get high to the grill. You like your hot dog? Alright, it's time to start cooking some dinner, and I've got this big cube of butter here with rosemary, basil, and garlic in there. And we're going to just sit this by the fire and let it get all melty and mixed together. Well, I got a sweet potato here. I've split it long ways, put cinnamon butter inside and wrapped it in tinfoil. We're going to throw it on the coal, let this thing slow cook until it's nice and soft. Did you get too hot, Jake? There we go. Here's your slipper. Now you have to use the knife. Alright. You hungry? Yeah, I'll get you some crab legs. Well, the sweet potato's almost done, so I think it's time to start cooking the main course. King crab legs. Look at these things. Check out, this is just one king crab leg. It's over 2 feet long. Well, thick that is, too. So so much meat out these days. They're so delicious. Nice thing about crab legs, they're always pre-cooked. So all you gotta do is just heat them up and eat them. That's it. Pot holder. This massive joint. That is a solid piece of meat right there. Just out of the rosemary garlic butter. More Uncle Bruce. So much meat on these crabs. That one knuckle is like a whole lobster crab. Ew. Yeah, look at that sweet potato. Oh, that sweet potato is good. Got a piece of cornbread for you too. Oh, these are on the outside of the crabs. No butter on there. King crab, sweet potato, cornbread. You ready? There we go. Look at that flavor too. Oh, it's so good. That rosemary butter is so good. Oh, I just nailed that. Well, guys, I got a belly full of food and I am exhausted, so I'm gonna go ahead and get my bed ready and get into the sleeping bag. But it's way hot in here. I've got to put this fire down, otherwise I'm gonna roast tonight. My socks are kind of sweaty, so I'm going to take my socks off and stick them in the bottom of my bag to dry. I'm going to put on these slippers to keep my feet warm. Alright guys, it's late, it's time for bed. I'll see you guys in the morning.
Really sucks, so that butter is slowly burning up in half. It's nice and toasty in my bag.
Oh, this is the hardest part of winter camp. Oh, I'm so tired. When you first start the fire, it just feels the things. Once the fire gets hot, though, it clears the smoke out.
There you go. I warm my boots up.
A lot of ice on the inside of this car. It snowed just a little bit last night. There's a lot of condensation and ice on this car. Oh, yeah. These are all nice and toasty. Socks are nice and warm and dry. Well, since I'm up and about, I'm just go ahead and put my sleeping bag away. I don't want to fall into the fire or smelling like smoke. I'll leave the sleeping bag kind of pop. Well, now that I got things straightened up in here a little bit, I think it's time to start making some breakfast. Good morning, Gabriel. You hungry? cake. You want chocolate croissant? I've got a hot chocolate to dip it in. And when you test it out, make sure it's good. You like that? Alright guys, for breakfast we're having steel cut oatmeal. Alright, you got a lump of butter, some brown sugar. There you go, you can have the rest of it. Alright. If I said it once, I've said it a million times. Steel cut oatmeal is so much better than instant oatmeal. Fills you up properly too. But dude, you like the oatmeal? Yeah, well, oatmeal's an excellent source of fiber. Feels nice to have a belly full of warm food. Well, now that that breakfast out of the way, then you can clean up a little bit. Then it's getting messy. Alright, we got Jake loaded up somewhere in there. You cozy? Yeah, I wish somebody would hold me in a sled while I was snuggled in a sleeping bag. That'd be pretty nice. Well, that's bear food right there. We're starting to wake up. So many rubber boots down there. Well, today is the day we're going to put a roof on the shelter and seal it up. Said you get 100. I'm going to take some wood. I got some beautiful white bratwurst for lunch. I love these white bratwurst. Okay? It's not going to be waterproof, but most people like drizzle off me. It definitely show up. Well, it sounds pretty good. You got it buttoned up pretty good. Oh, I tell you what, it's nice up here. So much of that fire steam is coming up on this platform. Coast is warm. Trying to get down to make some dinner. We got a little potato there.
Alaska.
Extensionist mascara by L'Oreal Paris. Lashes so extended they look up to 5 millimeters closer to brows, with sculpting curve with magnetic black pigments, giving extended length, volume, and curl. Exposure by L'Oreal Paris. Your worth it.
This is a tomahawk steak. It is a gorgeous Oh, that is a good steak. Oh my goodness, this is so much food. What's the good thing about winter camping? Food doesn't go bad. I'll just get back to snow and we'll be good for tomorrow. A little salt and butter on a baked potato. Not bad at all. It's been one heck of a meal. Alright, for dessert, I've got the Wheaton Hulu flavored gummy snacks from Hawaii. Anything covered in Wheaton Hulu powder is amazing. If you've never had Wheaton Hulu powder, it's really hard to describe. Like you should go to Hawaii and try it out. That was an amazing meal. But I've got a belly full of delicious food, warm fire, and cozy shelter. So it's not a bad thing. Well, looks like I caught my shelter on fire. Now I better go deal with that. Catching your shelter on fire is a major issue. All of this wood right here is dry and warm, and if the fire starts, it spreads pretty quick. Now, if you're awake and paying attention, you can put it out pretty quick. If I was to sleep up here when that happened, I could be engulfed in flames before I realized what was going on. And this stuff up here is really dangerous. If this stuff catches on fire, I am not going to be able to put it out in time. When I'm sleeping in the shelters, I'll often let the fire go out, or I'll keep it really small and make sure it is far away from the walls. And in a shelter like this, where it's a little bit hard to get in and out of, I got to be extra careful. So I'm probably not going to sleep with the fire on. It's not that cold tonight. I don't need it. But in the meantime, I'm just going to make sure the fire's a little bit further away from the wall. Well, guys, it's getting dark, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure I've got enough firewood for tonight and tomorrow morning. Nothing worse than getting up in the cold and then having to go out and gather firewood. Well, I am exhausted, but it's not quite my bedtime. So I'm going to turn on an audiobook and shell some peanuts, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, it's so good to do this, guys, but I have to use the bathroom so bad. Are you going to get out? Get the fire started. Oh, that fire warped this place up so quickly. It's nice. All right, I think it's time to get some breakfast there. Ourselves a lovely breakfast. We got some smoked pork jowl bacon, homemade crumpets that I made a few days ago, fried tomatoes, eggs. Not bad at all. Butter and crumpets is hard to beat. If you never had them, they're kind of like thick pancakes. Really similar recipe to pancakes. Oh, that was good. Well, I think it's time to start straightening it up. Well, guys, I'm heading home, but this is not the end of the video. First, I wanted to get my son and my wife, bring them over and show them the shelter, but also, I need to take the shelter down. So that's something else I'm going to do, and I'm going to show you too. Does it look nice? Yeah, your house looks good. It does, brother? Let me get the caribou hides out, and you guys can hang out on the bed while I get some lunch break. Alright, so get my friend, lunch break? Alright, let's do it. Here, Mama, let me hand you a lunch. There's some gummy snacks in there. Oh, that's good. Hey, you look at the music for that. Oh. You guys like eating gummy snacks in the fort here? We got some hot dog sticks here. Okay. Alright. You like the extra long hot dog stick? There you go. You like that? Is that a good lunch? Come on, what do you think? Is the shelter warm? I like how the heat comes up underneath your bottom and under the bottom up. Good, you cold? Alright, I think it's time to tear the shelter down. Oh, you gotta pull this all apart, make sure there's no paracord, no trash. Alright, let's get to it. There you go, it's all taken down, and all that wood's ready to be chopped up into firewood. So baby, you going? Oh, good. You ready? Alright, let's go. Well, this was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this video. If you want to see more videos from the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, don't forget to click subscribe. We put out new videos every Saturday morning.
If you like this video, don't forget to check out the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel. We have hundreds of videos just like that. And don't forget to click subscribe so you can see other great videos every Saturday morning. Hit that bell button. You'll get notifications. Thanks for watching.
go inside every so often. The snow will settle in between. It's nice and noisy. It's good. I'll tell you what, that is a beautiful view. Oh, I've got room to sit down, cook, sleep. This is perfect. It only took me 4 hours to make this thing, which is a lot less time than some of my other storm shelters. Smells so good. Beautiful chicken mango curry. Cool. That was good. Check the leaks, get the hot water bottle, this is the bag. You know, nice and tasty. I'll tell you what, this is just one of the best snow shelters I've ever made. There's a couple key features that are really important to keeping you warm. First off, you don't want your sleeping area to be the lowest point in the shelter. The cold air tends to blank at the bottom. Another thing is you want to make sure your snow shelter has lots of corners. You don't want to allow the wind to blow straight into your snow shelter. Additionally, when you do have a corner, make a little extra room so if the wind comes down, it goes past the door instead of being funneled into the door. Likewise, on this end, I've got two entrances so that if the wind blows crosswise, the wind continues through the shelter instead of getting funneled down into the shelter. Now we get a chance to really test the shelter out. It's supposed to be a pretty good snowstorm tonight. We'll see what happens. You're probably gonna have to sit on my face. The snow here is really soft. Hopefully it'll freeze really good tonight. Then my stairs won't fall apart. The type and quality of the snow really affects how much energy it takes to build one of these shelters. This was really easy stuff to work with, so things went really fast. Yeah, I moved a lot of snow in just 4 hours. The inside of the shelter is about 5 feet wide, and the roof is a little bit over 6 feet tall. So the very back of the shelter to the mouth is 11 feet. I had to move about 230 cubic feet of snow to excavate this part of the shelter. So at the bottom of the entrance to the top of the snow berth, which is a little over 10 feet deep. With the original surface of the snow, it was about 8.5 feet deep. The distance from here at the top of the stairs to the back of that wall is about 17 feet. Plus there's this little bit I excavated right here. So my rough estimate is that I had to move about 423 cubic feet of snow to build this shelter, or a little over 15.5 cubic yards. That's the max capacity of a commercial dump truck. I earned my hot chocolate tonight. having to hunch over a lot more than I did last night. Snow caves will actually do that. They'll sag quite a bit over time. If you're going to use them for more than one day, often you have to redig out the roof. If you're a bit claustrophobic, it can make it hard to sleep at night knowing that the roof is slowly sagging over your face. Oh, my pants are frozen. Proper little snowstorm up here. It is really snowing. All of this fresh snow is going to make the avalanche danger go through the roof. Luckily, we're not hitting avalanche zones, so we'll be okay. Above the ceiling right here, the snow's pretty thick. But yesterday, I could see light shining through that corner of the cave, which means there's less than 2 feet of snow between the ceiling and the surface of the snow. You kind of see what I mean right here? There's this blue color. That's light shining through the snow right here. And you see that's about 2 feet of snow. So I'm really curious to see whether this roof can stand up to 200 pounds of me jumping up and down on it. I couldn't feel any movement. Yeah, it looks perfectly fine from here. Only one hasn't collapsed yet, but all snow caves collapse eventually. Alright, I think it's time to get out of here. Oh, look how deep the snow is. Even with my snowshoes, it's going up to my kneecap. It's probably 2.5 feet of fresh snow since yesterday. I got a sneaky suspicion that my car might be very stuck when I find it. I think I got some digging to do. Yeah, we got a good solid 2 feet of snow. I got about 100 yards of unplowed road to go. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. Got absolutely no visibility. Don't need visibility unless you drive somewhere. Hey, not bad. I got like 75 feet with that. Let's dig it out and try again. to take my son to the being path to the car road. Oh, that's a long way to go. I was giving it a bunch of throttle and it just popped on me. And I kind of smelled this burning smell. And now only 2 of the wheels are spinning. I think I boogered up the all-wheel drive. And the gentleman in a big 4x4 pickup. He might be able to help get me out. That's pretty sick. Oh, I'm not going for a ride. Oh, we're doing it. That pickup truck was a monster. If it wasn't for that, I would have been here for a long time. Make sure to click subscribe to our new videos every Saturday morning. And check out our playlists, including our Weird Camping playlist and our Camping and Adventure playlist. Alright guys, see you next time. We have plenty of videos just like this. Don't forget to click subscribe so you can see our videos every Saturday morning. Hit that bell button. You'll get notifications. Thanks for watching. And the weather is trying to kill me. I got hit with a serious winter snowstorm in the middle of September, and I'm having to seek shelter in a survival cabin to stay warm. I'm cold and I'm wet, but I'm having quite the adventure. Well, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The bad news is that it's cold and wet, and it's probably going to dump snow on me tonight. The good news is I've got the trail all to myself. So since I'm all by my lonesome, I'm going to turn on my tracking on my Garmin InReach Mini so my wife knows where I am. Alright, first mile. Now I've got a really good chance of seeing some ptarmigan and grouse on the road, and I love to hunt with those. But I ended up not bringing my gun just because it was a lot of extra weight. Kind of a surefire way to see birds is to not bring a gun. The trail is starting to get narrow and rocky. This is Mountain Ash. So this is Mountain Ash for Rome. Never eaten these before. Some people say that they're good. Some people say they're poisonous. Best information I can find that the flesh is edible. The seeds will give you some discomfort. Mountain ash is really common in this part of Alaska, and it's a berry you can find pretty late in the season. This right here is a willow. In the wintertime, willow is the primary food source for moose, ptarmigan, and hares. It also has some medicinal properties. The greenish yellow inner bark of the willow has aspirin in it, which tastes just like biting into an aspirin pill. But it's obviously not as potent as an aspirin pill, so you'd have to chew a lot of it to get the good dose. But it's a pretty wretched way to get pain relief. get that aspirin taste out of my mouth. Mile number 3. The pants are getting wet. I can start to feel it so too right there. I'm breaking the main rule of big boy survival. Don't wet your pants. Look at that water. That is so clear. Gorgeous. There's mile number 4. Pick up a cedar pond. This is the beaver den. It's hollow inside. And there's usually like a little hole down in there where the beaver comes up underwater and then he can hang out inside. This right here is the beaver's food pile. These are all willows that he's gnawed off and stored forever his house for winter time. When ice covers the pond, he'll go down underneath the ice and grab food from underneath the ice and bring it into his den. See this little slide right here? There's scoots back and forth. You can see this entire wall of mud. That was all made by a beaver. That's the beaver. Sorry about that. Don't watch that language. We'll keep your family friendly. Seeing more and more snow. Slowly gaining elevation. Mile number 5. It is. So watermelon berry. Rare to find watermelon berries in the fall. They're usually gone by the end of the summer. Man, it's 33 degrees and raining out here. I don't understand why I'm not seeing anybody else on this trail. Oh, jeez. Just hit the 6 mile mark. Then I got some blueberries. It's a bunch of crowberries. Some of them are kind of red. It's been such a cold, wet year, the berries aren't ripening properly. They're not ripe yet. It's too bad because there's a ton of them. Oh, my fingers are getting numb. I brought a pair of gloves with me, but I don't want to get choked on my first day. Alright, just did 7 miles. Now for the hard part. You gotta climb that thing. Woo! Well, it's starting to probably snow on me. My hands are so cold right now. Need a little snack break. Alright, we just completed 8 miles. This is where I gotta be really careful. My muscles are tired, fatigued, and everything is slippery, and just gotta take it nice and slow. Unfortunately, the path is getting covered up with snow, and that's not making my life easier. The snow is completely covered up the path, but that's okay, I know where I'm going. Just need to follow this little stream. The headwaters of this stream are in a saddle that'll get me over this mountain. Oh, my battery just died. My hands are so cold I had to use my teeth to get it out. But it's getting a bit much. I need to find some shelter. My hands get too cold. I can't light my stove or set up my tent or do all those real important things. Oh, there's a ptarmigan right there. Oh, that's a rock ptarmigan as opposed to a willow ptarmigan. Rock ptarmigan live up here in the rocky parts of the mountain. They're a little smaller. They make a different sound. Ooh, the ptarmigan right there. I knew I should have brought the pantsuit. Having to pick my way through these buildings is taking so much time. I gotta be careful I don't fall down. Oh, I'm exhausted, my limbs are numb. It's slick, it's getting dark. It's really easy for me to take a bad fall here. It's not as sure. Oh, I finally get to go downhill a little bit. Oh, look at that. There's a cabin. Oh, how do I get down there? I've never been so glad to see shelter. It's just in the nick of time. The sun's going to set here in less than an hour. Slow, fast, fast. down the outhouse. Oh my goodness. How do you get inside? So cold, I had to use my teeth to do the buttons on my back. I need to get dry immediately. This is a mountaineering cabin. It's a shelter from the storm for people exploring the mountains here in Alaska. It was built by volunteers from the Mountaineering Corps of Alaska. A whole bunch of odds and ends, equipment, a whole bunch of the tools in there. In here, got a little table, chairs, mountaineering books, a map, poker chips, decks of cards, cheering soup, little kitchen area, pots, pans. Just a little bit of fuel in there. That's a full can. Don't be in the outhouse. Got it. There's a little ladder here in the lawn. There's a little light over there. Little wall to sleep in. Nice. Got some old mats and stuff. I am so cold. I'm gonna bust out my sleeping bag and get it set up in the loft. Carpet side for a little bit. Now I'm glad I kept my gloves dry, but it's time to use them. Okay, get my sleeping bag. Gotta use your piece of body over. Gotta use the seeds. Man, I didn't think I was that cold. And then I get in here, I'm just freezing. When I was packing for this trip, I had a nice little bag of hot chocolate and herbal teas. I'm going to bring that along. And I think I forgot it, because it's the head of my bag. So I just have a little hot water and honey in the top, and I'm going to drink that. It's so cold. Yep, that's good stuff. I found my bag of hot chocolate. Yay! Oh, my bag is soaked. Let's see how bad it is. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, my bag is pretty wet. I hate hot water bottles. Got these brown beans. They're wonderful. I feel like I'm starting to not die. I'm wearing every bit of dry clothing that I have. And I've got 2 water bottles in here, and I'm snuggled up in my sleeping bag. I'm super hungry and I want to cook some dinner. So I'm just gonna sit in this bag until I feel warm. Once my body feels nice and warm, then I'll go eat dinner. Gonna eat a little snack while I sit here and warm up. Got some smoked alligator garb from our trip to Louisiana. Got some dates.
New next professional makeup every 56 eyeliner.
She took the same elevator every day. Same floor. Same routine. But today, she remembered. A new pad had arrived. Elevator. Explore your story.
You take a Ritz cracker, shrink it, drizzle it with dream fudge, or dip it in caramel-flavored deliciousness. You get Ritz Drizzle Mix. For when you're feeling salty and sweet.
You have your Ritz.
My life is fantastic. All I have to do is stay completely away from it.
Elton has been intentionally hiding himself from this family for years.
My compares, he's pretty good.
Welcome to this family reunion.
We have 1,000 questions.
What do you want to do when you grow up? Crush your father's soul.
Jesus.
Well, it took a while, but I'm feeling warm again. My base layers and underwear are still pretty wet, but it's warm. That's a lot better. But I think I need to make some dinner. It is getting really late. Oh, it's cold in here. All right, we're gonna make some quesadillas. Ooh, it feels so much better with the bean juice. Poke chili verde and stuff inside. Hey. I forgot to bring a plate, but I found this one. Just drop my knife and busted the tip off it. Wow, I really like this knife. That's good. Got a little can of salsa here. That's good. Roast a little marshmallow here. Got a little chocolate sauce. Oh, that hits the spot. It's gonna get well below freezing tonight. Hike about 9.5 miles a day, climb 3,600 feet in elevation. Oh, we are way up in the mountains. Whoa. Like full pocket, the door closed. The wind doesn't open it. If you look at that, there's a proper pile of snow out there. We got close to a foot on the ground. And we can get a lot more snow tonight. We're gonna reheat this bottle too. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind a little bit of hot chocolate too. With marshmallow. I actually see some drying out pretty good. I feel a flow drier just since I put this hot water bottle in my word. It's hot chocolate, that's good stuff. Oh, that was good. I'll have the coals hung up. I'm hoping they'll dry a little bit dead. No sense in running around here in my stretch dabs. Oh, I can't tell you how much I've warmed up just by being drier. And having a little food doesn't hurt either. It's late and I've been exhausted. I will see you guys in the morning. Oh, good morning. I didn't sleep particularly well last night, but I was warm. And then having to take my jacket off, it got too hot. Something I didn't think was possible, but I didn't think that. You know, I wouldn't call that dry, but it's not dripping wet. Oh, it's so cold. Oh, I'm terrified about putting those back on. Thinking of a shutter on that window. If I go outside, I can open it up. Oh, this valley. Oh, that's where we came down last night. Got this board all covered in nails. That's to keep bears out. Bears get real curious. I really do use the bathroom. I think I better go check out the outhouse. Many of these cabins are maintained by the Mountaineering Club of Alaska. They don't require any reservations or fees. They just ask that you be a dues paid member, or if you get stuck in the weather and it's an emergency, you're more than welcome to use it too. They're first come, first served, and they can be quite popular in the summertime when the weather's good. If you guys want to learn more about these cabins or donate to the Mountaineering Club of Alaska, I'll put a link in the video description below. Let's see if we got a little more sunlight in here. Ah, it's a little nicer. You can admire that view a little bit now. Alright, I got some steel cut oats here. I'm gonna make some good oatmeal. Alright. Really hard to oatmeal with butter and brown sugar. It's hard to eat. Oh, it feels good to have hot food in it. Filled up another hot water bottle. This one is going to really try to dry out my pants. Start it. I think that's actually working. Oh. You know, it's nice to just sit here and not be wet and cold. Oh, I'm really trying to think hard about what to do next. Originally, I was planning on spending 3 days hiking through the mountains, and I was going to go to the crash site of a B-29 bomber. Last summer, I did a 2-day hike to that crash site, and it was really cool, and I wanted to go back every second. But to get there, you've got to go over 2 glaciers and around this mountain. And there's a big problem. Let me show you. If I want to go to the bomber crash site, I've got to climb 2,500 vertical feet up over that saddle. And there's a foot of ice and snow on those rocks. And it's been snowing on and off all morning, so there's a really good chance I could get caught in another snowstorm. The weather's definitely been a lot worse than I anticipated on this trip. Man, I was so cold yesterday, I really feel like I pressed my luck a little bit more than I like to do. And I think I just need to head down home. And I'm about 80% of the way through my zero. I have just barely enough fuel to cook dinner tonight. That means no hot water bottles, no hot drinks. You know, that's going to be really rough if I'm wet again. So I'm thinking the smart move is to hike the 9.5 miles back through the snow. And if you guys want to see the crash site and those other survival huts, I'll put a link to my video from last summer in the video description below. But I think I need to start packing up and getting my gear ready. ain't bad. Scanners are soaking like pretty much everywhere except for where the bottles were. It's been a fun but challenging trip so far, but I think it's time to call it. Let's lock this place up. Make sure you put my snow gaiters on. These Burton snow pants have built-in snow gaiters. I'd have 2 pounds of snow in each shoe if it wasn't for those snow gaiters. You know, this place is beautiful when it's not trying to kill you. There's the pumpkin track right there. Must be pretty fresh because it was snowing this morning. Good. A snow spider. Now I know spiders can crawl into my mouth while I'm sleeping in a snowsuit. There's something to be afraid of in the wintertime. I found my trail. This is the stream I was following yesterday. Oh, but look at that. The sun's come out, and it is gorgeous. Look at this. Just makes you feel tiny, doesn't it? That sun coming off the snow is bright. Now that I pulled my sunglasses out, I'm jinxed it. It's gonna snow on me any minute now. Well, I lost my sunshine and it's starting to rain properly. I'm glad I got off that mountain. I bet it's snowing like the devil up there. 3 miles to go. There you go, 1 mile. If I hurry up, I might make it to my car before my underwear gets wet. Yay! So keeping with the pattern of this trip, I am soaking wet and freezing cold, but I made it back to the car. And I feel pretty good about my decision to call in early. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you want to see more videos from the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, make sure to click subscribe. I'll see you guys next video.
If you like this video, don't forget to check out the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel where we have hundreds of videos just like this. Don't forget to click subscribe so you can see other great videos every Saturday morning. Hit that bell button. You'll get notifications. Thanks for watching.
Luke here at the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, and I'm here in the frozen tundra of Alaska. For the next 3 days, I'm building woodcraft shelters, sleeping under animal hides, dealing with broken equipment, and I'm bringing you guys along for the ride. Welcome to the Taiga Forest of Alaska. I think it's time to do some camping. So this is the Taiga Forest of Alaska. The word taiga comes from Russian and means little sticks. In English, we call these trees the black spruce. They grow in the tundra and swamps of Alaska. While these swamps are very difficult to cross in the summertime, once they freeze over, we can explore them. But first things first, I need to find a place to camp. I actually like this spot quite a bit. Most of these spruce trees you see are dead. The basic beetle called the spruce bark beetle came in here and wiped these things out. That means lots of building material, lots of firewood. guys every so often the snow will settle into the pink. It's nice and noisy too. I'll tell you what, that is a beautiful view. Oh, I've got room to sit down, cook, sleep. This is perfect. It only took me 4 hours to make this thing, which is a lot less time than some of my other snow shelters. Smells so good. Chicken mango curry. check the leaks, put the hot water bottle in the season bag, and all nice and tasty. I'll tell you what, this is just one of the best snow shelters I've ever made. There's a couple key features that are really important to keeping you warm. First off, you don't want your sleeping area to be the lowest point in the shelter. The cold air tends to collect at the bottom. Another thing is you want to make sure your snow shelter has lots of corners. You don't want to allow the wind to blow straight into your snow shelter. Additionally, when you do have a corner, make a little extra room so if the wind comes down, it goes past the door instead of being funneled into the door. Likewise, on this end, I've got two entrances so that if the wind blows crosswise, the wind continues through the shelter instead of getting funneled down into the shelter. If ever you get a chance to really test the shelter out, it's supposed to be a pretty good snowstorm tonight. We'll see what happens. The thing I have to consider with this, the snow here is really soft. Hopefully it'll freeze really good tonight, then my stairs won't fall apart. The type of quality of the snow really affects how much energy it takes to build one of these shelters. This was really easy stuff to work with, so things went really fast. Yeah, I moved a lot of snow in just 4 hours. The inside of the shelter is about 5 feet wide, and the roof is a little bit over 6 feet tall. So the very back of the shelter to the mouth is 11 feet. I had to move about 230 cubic feet of snow to excavate this part of the shelter. So at the bottom of the entrance to the top of the snow berm, it's a little over 10 feet deep. With the original surface of the snow, it was about 8.5 feet deep. The distance from here at the top of the stairs to the back of that wall is about 17 feet. Plus there's this little bit I excavated right here. So my rough estimate is that I had to move about 423 cubic feet of snow to build this shelter, or a little over 15.5 cubic yards. That's the max capacity of a commercial dump truck. I earned my hot chocolate tonight.
people appreciate the benefits of an electric car. You know, when the minimum wage goes up, what do I see out there? Well, the people working.
All right, next video, Jack. Or not next video, first video. Wow.
Once someone crashes into Alter, you want to do what's your best man? She's crashed into Alter.
Oh, that was longer than I expected. So yeah.
Crashed into Alter.
Oh, going back in. What a strategy that is. Did you think you could make it through all the aisles? I think you could have truck with super deep drive. Wow. In that moment, think they're thinking or is it just full on adrenaline? Because once you hit the point where you crash into the floor, it's like, I feel like at that point you gotta go there. You gotta go, there's a 20% chance that I somehow get out of here and like bleed it through it. But no, I really have no thoughts. You're just in the zone, you're like, I didn't get to that. Oh, look at that. You're stuck. She's lucky they were closed. They would have killed her if they were open. Not a guarantee, but if you keep driving, you never saw that one video of if you're driving through a store with people in it, they'll kill you. Most people don't know if that's true at all. But if you watch that video, the guy was driving through the wall though. When they shot him, I was like, they shot his car like 180 times. But he was actually like ferociously driving through the like walkway of a mall. Like he got clueless here. You know how far you have to drive into a mall, then you get to the front store, and then make it into like the center section where people are walking?
Royal Oak officers initiated a traffic stop after spotting a white SUV driving along active railroad tracks. Deputies pulled the vehicle over and approached the driver to investigate. As officers reached the SUV, they observed an open container of alcohol inside. While deputies were still conducting the stop,
maybe she drank it while she was parked. Love that stuff. Get in a car crash. Sorry, officer, I just drank 2 beers right when I crashed.
the driver suddenly accelerated and fled, triggering a pursuit through city streets.
But like, I think it's everybody in the video. This isn't 1902, right? They know who this one is. And they're good. If she drives red, there's something you ever have.
What happens next is not something officers or most drivers
What's the car stolen? But in that case, then now that's even worse.
see every day.
So excited that vehicle is taking it's going right down Washington through the red light.
Bad day to race a cop car on a rainy day, brother. You drive a Ford Explorer. So you're fucked. Bad weather day to race a cop car.
Washington. Just had the first red light. Starting at the middle school right now.
Yo, this guy's crazy video game nonsense. I'm following you. He's going this way. Are you turning right?
Vehicle still traveling about 35.
We passed the wall like 10 minutes ago.
Miles an hour. I'm still through the stop signs.
Play by play.
Westbound Arnold. 56 miles an hour.
You know what's fucked is like every part of the U.S. goes exactly the same. Like I was gonna say, I feel like I've seen a body cam video in this exact part. With that guy that told his kid to act like a cop was like killing him or something.
Westbound Arnold. 56 miles an hour. So westbound Arnold. Going straight to the stop sign. Passenger door is.
I mean, what are they thinking right now? They're not losing them. You know, you gotta start with the tail spin right now. You gotta rip it left, right, turn around, let it back, right, diagonal, jump the curve. You know, we'll just casually drive straight, and the cops follow. Or do you think in her mind, she immediately went, I'm going with Yalt. Okay. Yalta's my guess.
So westbound farmer through Lambda.
If I had to drive through the place to make what business would it be? I wouldn't like kill anybody. So it would have to be a dead place. Probably like a sign. Or like an art. Drive right into the art. That'd be fun. I drive right into an Arby's, my car stops at the order screen, and then I get out of my car before the other cops pull up and just act like I'm like a customer ordering food. So I'm like clearly covered in like bruises and a gash on my face, shattered glass in my eyes, and I was like, obviously I was the guy driving the car. I'm like just standing in the order screen like, yeah, as long as it's Arby's steak nuggets, Carl Jackson, oh, yeah, dude, that guy like ran, that guy like ran out. I have no idea where he went. Same cameras. Alright, I start working at the Arby's, right? So I pass the Arby's. There's one guy at the counter who he goes to Arby's. So I have like maybe 30 seconds. My guy goes to the counter, knocks him out. I put on his clothes, and I'm like, so what did I get?
You almost ran the whole E5. So westbound farmer to main road.
I mean, we gotta get on the highway right now. We're driving through a fucking neighborhood. This is so dumb.
Southbound Oak Ridge, is under that end. Up to Sino right now. She's coming out to Beauty.
Oh shit.
She's crashing.
Oh my god.
No, Ultra crashing. She's crashing. Ultra Beauty. She's crashing. No, Ultra crashing. No, Ultra.
Probably wishing right about now the option for that sports package. Just all-terrain tires. Oh wow. That's sort of fascinating. You know how expensive makeup is? You're just gonna have to pay to replace all that shit. Why don't you keep driving back into the store? Why aren't we in the K-turn right now? I don't understand what we're doing. Why don't we flip the wheel left and drive that way? Okay, now we're going to do the right. Should be an ad for what I'm calling it. Pretty resilient. I mean, are we gonna try and, battering ram our way through the other wall? Like, why don't we shoot her tires? Are they not allowed to do that?
She took the same elevator every day. Same floor, same routine. And today,
assassin-engineered product that actually tastes like the fruit on the can. Real fruit sourced.
We knew our last Virgo was going to be incredible. They didn't know the hot tub was broken. But they put Virgo here in 20. Oh, look out, look out, look out.
You better ramp that shit so you're gonna hit those spikes.
No. All right, you're going. All right, you're going. All right, let's go. Oh, get out. Get out.
Like, they're gonna have to have a reasonable amount of, like, you know, work to do to mathematically add how much product is destroyed. Like, so anything that it touches is basically ruined. Why? Because she has to pay them. Like, that one girl that burned down a Walmart, she owes, like, $8 million or some shit. Like, because she burned the Walmart. You have to pay them. Is it bad for never paying that? Oh no, you'll be debt the rest of the life. But they put you on like a schedule, like you serve time and then they put you on a schedule plan. So you can pay it back. Like 7 years. Hey, the average person dies with a net worth of $1.9 million. So yeah, if you owe $8 million to Walmart, you're probably never paying that. That's a pretty good but billionaires say debt is actually power. So, it's real. She's really strong. Her debt was $3 million? I don't know. It was $50 million. Alright, you're welcome. Yo, let's just go pull it out of the fucking car. We're doing the passenger now. Hold on. I just tried. Yo, if I'm a cop and I work on scene, I'm asking the Ulta owner and like to take all of the makeup and like give it to like my wife slash daughter if I have them. So we're gonna have to. Like, can I have all of it? I don't care that it's crap. Well, I don't pay the fucking thousands of dollars for makeup. I don't want to take all this fucking here. Yo, those tires are fucked. I'm sure you have a tire on it, right? I think that's just the metal. Well, I don't want to go. I want to stop. Man. Hey. All here. I mean, she should commit to the bed and run off the button, right? That is up to a little bit. It's got both all over. Now I'm stuck with it. Just a little bit. I'm stuck with it. What the fuck? What the hell? All right. How did her fucking airbag not go off? Crashed into the store.
Police later confirmed there was also a male passenger inside the SUV.
Oh, fuck! There was another person. There was another person in there? Oh my god, bro. And his dumbass is probably like, fuck.
He at the time of the incident. He was taken into custody along with the woman. According to
Bro, like, I understand the DUI sucks, but like, if she had just stayed, had that open alcohol container, and she got a DUI, isn't that a misdemeanor? Like, generally speaking, a DUI, you're not really serving time most of the time. Like, if you get a DUI, you get fined, you get a license suspended, and she's probably going to have that thing implanted in her car that's going to blow, and probably the alcohol. Like, it sucks. But, yeah, you're not a repeat offender. Like, yeah, probation. I'm saying, like, you're not just, like, out here is there.
court records, the woman has been charged with 8 felony counts, including fleeing and eluding police, second offense operating while intoxicated, assaulting and resisting officers, 2 counts of felonious assault, and multiple counts of malicious destruction of property. Cases like this show how quickly a suspected impaired driving stop can spiral into serious felony charges with long-term consequences. If you appreciate real, unfiltered police body cam footage,
Well, I don't know. It's like, obviously, don't drunk drive. But I'm saying, if you drunk drive and somebody pulls you over, it's like, okay, yeah, you're probably going to try and act like you're not drunk. And then if they're like, you're drunk, you're getting a DUI, it's like, you got me. Why? I feel like the next train of thought isn't, I'm going to go drive in the car. I'm going to leave the police. How many DUIs get arrested? But yes, your repeat offenses are way worse than well, I don't know. DUI is different. I think if you get enough DUIs, you get your license. It depends on the state, though. Because I remember we watched one body cam video where some guy got a DUI like 5 times. And they were like, how do you keep that?
Hey, MK, where are we going?
Welcome to our compilation of 7 modern era battles. It's the early morning of February 28, 1994, and 6 volunteer pilots are on a bombing mission in violation of a NATO no-fly zone. The leader of the flight is pilot Branko Vukmirovic from the Bosnian Serb Air Force. He and his men are in Yastra J-21 jets, which are no match for the NATO F-16s in speed, maneuverability, or weapons. The Yastra pilots are trying to keep below radar height, but now, with the target getting close, they're forced to ascend to 2,000 meters to start the attack run on a weapons factory. In doing so, the aging Serbian jets light up the watching NATO radars. 50 miles away, 2 patrolling F-16s are informed of the J-21's presence.
Black Light, your 6 minutes. Riyadh AD-320 for 52 and 7,000. Flanking. Copy that.
The F-16s back towards the target. In an attempt to shorten the war, NATO has set up a no-fly zone, and the F-16s have been sent on a route to intercept. Vukmirovic gets a visual on his target and arms his bombs. The flight positions themselves in pairs, one after the other, when suddenly a transmission comes through the radio. A pit grows on Vukmirovic's stomach. He can clearly see the trails of the 2 American Air Force jets dead ahead of them. He takes a deep breath. In previous missions, the American jets have only watched and warned the enemy, but not engaged. Vukmirovic knows if the F-16s had wanted to shoot him, they could have done so from miles away. But his eyes go wide as he sees the 2 F-16s approach at breakneck speed and roar through and past the Bosnian Serb flight. Despite the show of force, the Serbian pilots are not distracted and keep their eyes on their objective. The Yasribs are old tech and still use optical sights, and as a target drifts into the crosshairs, the aging planes release and drop their rudimentary but effective 550-pound bombs on the target, striking them from different directions.
They drop bombs. Understood. You're clear to engage. Weapons free. Roger, moving to engage. Zero shooting.
At the very rear of the formation, pilot Zlatan Siranovic watches the last of the bombs strike. The 6 J-21s turn back towards their air base, but their speed is no match for the F-16s, who sweep in behind them, lining up their sights on the very rear of the formation. The pilot switches to air-to-air mode and selects an AIM-120 missile on his right display computer. On his head-up display, a box designates the target. The F-16 pilot gets a lock and presses the weapon's release button. The missile flies off. The AIM-120 AMRAAM radar-guided missile fires and locks onto the running J-21's radar signature, rapidly approaching its target. Siranovic is scanning the skies for the Americans when he sees an enormous flash. He wonders if he's been hit, but then he sees the explosion on his wingman's left wing, immediately shredding half of it off. The 5 remaining J-21s turn over and dive for the ground. One of the S-16s gives chase, following them all the way down into the valleys between the Bosnian hills. Each pair of J-21s goes its own way, leaving Siranovic completely on his own. He frantically looks over his shoulder as he flies through the terrain, catching the terrifying sight of an American fighter hot on his heels. The F-16 fires an AIM-9 Sidewinder heat-seeking missile. It locks on to Siranovic's hot engines and chases it down across the sky. Siranovic, flying low, skims over some electrical transmission wires. The missile explodes near the wires and his tail, cutting part of his vertical stabilizer. But he's still flying. He reports the situation but finds his radio completely dead. Alone and vulnerable, Siranovic looks over his shoulder, expecting a second impact at any moment. But instead, he sees the F-16 turn away. Back with Mikhailowicz, he and his wingman push their aircraft to their limits, racing through the valleys. But the F-16 relentlessly closes the distance. He releases another AMRAAM missile, which rockets towards its target. Mikhailowicz is still looking across the sky to catch a glimpse of an enemy fighter when the missile flies in and disintegrates his wingman. The Yastreb explodes into flame and scrap. He breaks into evasive maneuvers once again as the S-16 fires another missile. It slams straight into his engines. The explosion shreds the fuselage and flames pour out of the holes. He wrestles the dying aircraft, pulling hard on the stick and willing it to ascend as it burns all around him. As flames engulf the cockpit, Mikhailowicz pulls the canopy emergency handle. Then ejects.
Yeah, so let's go to the Outdoor Boys YouTube channel, since, like I said in this reel, I watched a lot of his videos. So yeah.
implemented without meaningful consultation with the TSA.
The onions are coming. CBS's Jim Krasula is in Vidalia, Georgia.
Harry Snagood is president of A&M Farms in Toombs County.
The onions are all happy right now, it looks like. They're green, they're standing up, so it seems like they're growing up.
Haygood says Mother Nature has thrown Georgia onion growers a quote, few curveballs, with everything from severe drought conditions to late season freezes.
State officials say Georgia's world-famous Vidalia onions will be shipped to stores beginning April 13th. This is CBS News. Go to the ends of the earth. Have a world way. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get rad.
On CBS.
The least inspiring movie that I've seen in a while. I already have a CD edition of the Ultimate and T91 to the game. But where's the whimsy of this April Fool's just if you're not familiar with the new game mechanics of fighter jets, that was what you get out of this. Drops the steps way up, so it's not all the way as well. I understand heat seekers, but it gets quite complicated when you get into missiles and like, I feel like to get the use out of it, then you need to be away from it. There's also level caps, so you can put your best content away, and if you don't have a content away, then you just get a standard beyond 10. They've also added anti-radiation missiles. It's anti-radiation essentially is the system as opposed to
With Purdue Global, education fits your life, however it looks. So being a mom and a student, what look like listening to a lecture while folding laundry. At the walk out, serving waiting.
Welcome back to the Halloween channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down as we were talking about dangerous jobs. Dangerous job we're talking about today is
gentlemen, is being employed at Waffle House. For those of you who don't know Waffle House, only people 90 know. Look at your picture. It's 9 p.m. Everywhere else is not 9 p.m. It'd be like 3 a.m. 3 a.m. You're either high, drunk, or you're just, really hungry. And you're like, hey, where could I go get a bite? Revenue fast. You're like, and then you see like glowing distance, and it says Waffle House. Two workers inside. Two people fighting. Somebody's getting an ankle stroke. What is that? Never good. Right in the front, right in the wall, right in the front seat. The worker looks like they haven't slept in 6 years. Walk up and say, what do you want? You get a waffle. And as they're making your waffle, you look over, the kitchen is covered in grease and it's disgusting. The kitchen is the floor one. But then you get your waffle, and it's the best waffle you've ever had. And then you eat that one, going, this Waffle House is bad. And then you go back again. Well, it's all going to be like that. It's like little Chili's, right? It's some place where you grab a good bite. Little Waffle House. It's a southern Midwest restaurant chain that is open 24 hours. Oh, God. Right there they sell some breakfast items. Doesn't seem to all that breakfast, but for some reason, America has cultivated it as the official Sunday brand of the state. I don't know why it's been dedicated as the primal pit, but it has. It didn't always start that way. In fact, actually, it was founded in 1955 by Joe Rogers Sr. and Tom Faulkner in Georgia with the vision of creating a fast food restaurant with table service in a friendly atmosphere. Boy, oh boy, they missed the mark on that one. Okay? Ironically enough, they ended up making, dare I say, the most dangerous restaurant in America. Sure, there's laws like McDonald's and stuff and fast food chains because there's a billion of them. Like, whenever you watch the Waffle House brawl, it's always some drunk motherfucker at one point. Waffle House only has 2,000 locations. It is small enough to feel claustrophobic, but it's big enough to really rustle and tussle. It's the perfect arena size. When you go to McDonald's to film your friends' videos, you go to Waffle House to sell blood. That's the delineation. Step around and find out at the Waffle House is what they say. And luckily, ladies and gentlemen, we can see inside. We could leak videos of how they document these black warriors who begin to withstand onslaught that waits them. I never thought there would be a training video for Waffle House. I just assumed that the other employees that work there would train you, and then you would go, Waffle House training, cold drop mark order calling method. My objective here is to teach you guys feeling like a good job. So let's see what we can do here. Hi, my name's Teddy. It won't be Waffle House. Just a little bit. Have you ever seen the man? No, the man. So make sure you get some dead ones. If Bob ever comes in and asks for a sirloin medium well, give it to him. On the house. Or he'll ask you. How the actual experience is going to go working in a Waffle House. I've never been in a Waffle House, no matter the time of day, where it has ever felt this comfortable before. Not one. Even when I was a child, I'd go there with my grandparents. They were at the Waffle House now. Yeah, here's a little stressful at any time of the day. I don't know why that is. It just is great. Tonight's video is sponsored by Hello, my name is Greg Hall. Today we're going to discuss the full rock on college game. Greg Hall is a winner. I would say Greg Hall may have come against the worst night. Come on, Greg. What? There's what? A big area vice president. What is a big area vice president? The full rock. He's pretty smart. He says back here, he says full drop mark from the over the two, drop the two. So going back to cut it done. Pull my corner. Pull the first one. Pull my corner. That's deceptive too. It's never nice. It's always just like, oh my god. It's never nice. Yeah, no, exactly. You could literally meet the woman and she'll go, hey, how are you? What's the Waffle House? What do you want? You have a nice conversation. The second she turns around. Alright, I need a sirloin responsibly. Right.
That's the bike I'm getting a long while now.
Full reversing is a type of for what they would work in like a grill operator. So 3 strips of bacon on the refrigerator and place it on the grill.
Whole one bacon equals almost 3 strips of bacon. So that, I don't think it's a great, but it's the rough math. You never really see how archaic and weird whatever these things actually mean.
These numbers refer to the number of orders you took and not necessarily the number of
Not necessarily. There's other orders that does refer to the number of you don't. Oh, yes. One portion? I feel like that's what you said. I need 12 bacon.
Like pull 1 kilo. Pull 1 kilo is called. You would pull 2 pieces of pork chop when pull 1 pork chop is called.
I feel like that's complicated. For the people that are doing the cooking,
Pull pork chop is actually 2 chops.
What is it? What's confusing? One is 1, 2, and 2 is 1 isn't just in 3 across the board. 1 represents different critical values given the pieces of meat. Like there's no way that can actually help you save time.
So 4 so 4 cups of finish.
How well it's been prepared is not going to be called in unless that steak is rare.
Even to a Waffle House, people don't need a rare steak. Like wine.
Do you think that medium rare usually or that wine you get up there? Definitely not the frozen commercial grade, but frozen Walmart sirloin that they just got that's been sitting there out good and not in the refrigerator. Yeah, but I think that medium rare has typically flies on it. I'm not keeping note of that.
Steak is probably adding the bottom of the freezer for however long.
You make sure that thing is just there with things usually right back to you.
This is where the magic marker system is.
This is really what I wanted to go to with the magic marker system. I cannot stress enough how this system is. Rick, take it away.
As the salesperson calls in the order, it's your job to begin placing markers on the plate using a special code that Waffle House has designed to help you remember exactly how everything
Rick discussed the whole process too.
Rick, you pull the slice of cheese and put it on top of the yellow.
Really happy that he has to talk about this.
The magic marker system is they use Waffle House. Oh my god. So they know where it needs to go. Cream, ham, sausage, bacon. Medium, medium rare, and rare. Bro, but like, how do I know? What if it's like, what if I put the ketchup packet like here? Then how the fuck do I know where it needs to be? Plays various condiments and toppings to show what the order is. The person will tell you the order, and the person will dress their plate for the order. Not give them the ticket that you write on. Get a chef at Waffle House from the suck. Oh my god, you get a ticket that's in 2 bacon. They say 2 bacon, and then put a ketchup packet and a fork just stabbed in the middle of the ketchup packet. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, that's the sirloin medium rare with sausage bacon on top, a medium, an over medium egg on the side, and then it's like sweet and butter. That's what, yeah, okay. Like, it's sign language to understand how you're supposed to prepare this order. If a toast is blank, they have little signatures of how you're supposed to orient some of the plates to remind yourself, oh, there's no butter on this. Not bring a ticket, because I guess are they so specific? Pizza onion on the side of the plate. Oh, that means no, that's not. That means they don't want their bacon salted. Oh, okay.
Under the impression that people that are working in cannot read, that's what it's really asking you to read your language.
So could this not be a subsection for that probably small amount of people? I mean, to insinuate that they're like, we should just make this whole system. Because there's no way you can read or write those words here. That feels insulting. I mean, imagine walking into a Waffle House and you're like, hey, you can't read or write. That might be kind of a problem with the job market in general. I think that's a very common requirement for anyone working that you are literate. And being able to read just you're in the back. Right, so what am I looking at here?
This is expertise as well.
We call the system magic because our customers often do not know that. The markers on play and think you have memorized all of the orders that were being called in.
I might know it's like a weird thing like you flexing on people as people are very interested. You were able to remember scrambled eggs, hash browns, and bacon. But in fact, the driven play, you had to mark down so you can remember it because your brain is not working that well.
Let's start off by
You can't read and you're 35 years old. You don't have any disability whatsoever. You just never learned how to read. So now you can play Harvard,
or the quarter scramble. Simply place the right side of the yellow pad vertically in the bottom position of the play.
What's that for?
Quarter scramble. Simply place the right side of
The scrambled egg gets a great yellow packet.
the yellow pad vertically in the bottom position of the play. The jelly pad contains 2 eggs, which we call an order, and the location of the plate tells us the nearest scramble. With the plate marked like this, the customer is given an order of scrambled eggs with white toast and cream.
This is going to be chaotic very fast. One Welch's packet of grape jelly. Play needs 2 scrambled eggs. That's how we know that. With white toast.
Waffle House.
Toast choices, if the customer would rather have hash browns, you simply add the 2 shreds of hash browns to the plate.
We're going to take the full hash browns off the work tree. You're going to dribble them on top of the plate there. You're by yourself with hash browns. So once again, you're probably you might hear people clapping. How the hell did they memorize? How the hell did people memorize the order? Don't forget, you're going to use some codes that you're learning.
If the customer wants to use those, we simply flip the jelly pack over to indicate movement.
Oh, God. Dude, I had no idea this was this. Put the jelly pack over and say, okay, that's what they want. You chose with hash browns or a whole fry. No, hash browns and scrambled eggs. So it's not a lot of it.
We have sort of the butter and mustard pack. Let's say that you find one that's extremely cracked. You can indicate that with working movies without having to that's lost. We're going to take 2 strips of bacon and a pound of butter.
If the customer wants a slice of Texas toast, mark the edge of the jelly pack and place a slice of Texas toast or a biscuit on the plate to remind you that they prefer to have Texas toast or a biscuit instead.
This is Evolve Fast. Our students are ready. Learn more at WGU.edu.
More perks, more value. Join the Nordic Code at Nordstrom Rack. Get more deals on your favorite brands, discounts, and there's lots of fashion away and great flow. And before we get upstairs, you should know there were only a couple entries.
Oh, no. They're not all over. But this rider helps me plan my finances.
Why not just put Texas toast for Texas toast? Why not I just make toast and put the Texas toast on the plate? I have to mark the plate with Texas toast to make sure that Texas toast goes where the Texas toast needs to go.
If you're already putting the bread on there, why not just put the white bread? Like, why not put the wheat or the like raisin bread? Why does a Welch's grape pack have to be engaged in the DNAs?
Some folks like to have their toast unbuttered or dry. In this case, we have a special combination.
You're going to cook a hamburger. You're going to put this with that on it. Or not that on it, back on the plate. You cook this with that dip. You're going to slice that with it. Place down, you're going to place that hamburger back. Slide it with your dressing, tomato, onion, lettuce, and a little bit of a cow. And right when they some of the meat, want to do well. And that's going to give you the share that they want in their stuff.
Mark remind us to hold the butter. Easy enough. It's a butter packet underneath the jelly packet like this.
Putting the butter under the jelly means no butter. Putting the butter under the jelly means no butter.
Oh, why not just put no butter? Why not put butter if there's butter? Putting a butter means no butter? Butter should be butter. Why does butter mean no butter?
It's almost right. Nothing to me.
So what if a customer wants double coat? Easy. Mark the edge and then put it in the heat.
Okay, so you're going to go out, you're going to find the air toast, you're going to dip it blue, you're going to dip it, you're going to clean it, and then you're going to cut its head off, and you're going to put that on the plate, right?
after you do that, you're going to look over at the chef, and you're going to give him double thumbs up, right? And you're going to ask him for a 1-2. And that means he's actually eating 4 or 5 because instead of eating back to that double.
Here's one jelly pack. The side you in to indicate the edge goal is 30, like this. That was easy.
You know what? Thank God that the basics came easy to you, Greg. Thank you so much. Also, at any time you walk in the freezer and you see a container of alcohol, don't touch it or I'll break your fingers and I'll fire you immediately.
While most customers order 2 eggs, occasionally the customer may only want a single egg. In that case, we'll mark the egg.
In that case, you're going to break the plate in half. You're going to cut the jelly back in it. You're just squirting all over the plate. And that's going to let the chef know that you've only used 1 egg.
Focus position, show how the egg is split, and then place a ketchup pack below. Here you can see that I have marked a single overlap reference.
So what egg contains ketchup pack on the grill, don't you? I love it. This is like the dumbest thing in the world. Who the fuck? Somebody's going to come in with a makeup. Somebody that actually wants to come to that house. I'm fucking seeing this call and a guy's being like, alright, come to the fucking home. There we go. Wow. It's amazing. The whole point of like Instagram design and shit.
Another thing, the customer may be hungry and might want 3 eggs. Here's an example. Mustard. It's a must one that if the jelly pack indicates 2 eggs.
Why not put the jelly pack? Oh my god, what is the jelly? I already forgot. What is the jelly pack? I already don't remember. There's the jelly packet and mustard would indicate more. But what is the jelly packet? 2 jelly packets actually no. And the regular thing.
How might mark the place of the customer wants 4 eggs? That's right. Use 2 jelly packs stacked on top of each other like this.
That's right. This is someone's like, you snap the group of the jam packs together. That's cool. So you make sense. Hopefully you put it in the center. You need to put it in the center of the plate and make sure that they know that it's full because you put it right bottom. That means that there's an active in the waffle packs. And the small ways, like, if you put a mayo pack in a mustard packet on top of it, that means that you're being held hostage. You're being held faithful. It means that the person that you're serving is actually going to run at you. And there's nothing you say something. He said, and I will. I'll blow your fucking brains out. So while I was doing like this back to here, that's it. It's just nothing like
One of the most popular ways to add eggs is while house is scrambled. So let's talk about different ways to mark scrambled eggs. Let's talk about different ways to mark scrambled eggs.
Joe Biden. So let's say your wife's divorced, you're trying to hide some of the assets, you want to pay personality. Well, how would you mark that down so she can't hear you while you're talking with your lawyer? You just grab 2 bags of ketchup and a bottle of Tabasco sauce and figure it out. Let's assume your wife's been cheating on you for some of her funds, and you want to hire a hitman to come and basically snuff her out. If you're paranoid of losing your phones or cash, you can walk them to the game. Let them know by doing a regular Waffle House scrambled egg kind of thing, right? With the stack ready to make rubber patches on top of it. And you're going to give them a double, right? Out of plane, a double fill up. And then they're going to know. You're going to keep that guy out with that. And you're going to hand him a bottle of Tabasco. And then he'll know that you're going to kill him twice. Or you're going to try and kill him twice. Go ahead and open up your window and put 4 cans of baked beans on the ledge. Then you put a small bottle of Gorilla Glue to indicate that your time is ready to stick to the plane. Without it, you're outside like, okay, you put the 4 can of baked beans, let's go!
There's a point to limit if the customer gets 1 slice of cheese or each egg. To make this a triple scramble, you add the mustard pack below the jelly pack, make it a triple, and add a 3rd slice of cheese.
Add the 3rd slice of cheese, which is 3 eggs. Okay, it's making sense.
You also want to tear off the small corners of the cheese and place it on the top of the marker to help you remember that it comes with cheese.
So the point, are people just going to be like, why do I put cheese on? Or remove the corner of the plate and put on top. Why? What for? Greg, there's 3 slices of cheese. I was fucking already.
Yeah, they planted cheese on the plate already.
now, dude. No, because he said that this is what you need to order. No, this is what the waiter is going to do right before the fuck. Cheese already told the amount of cheese should correlate with how many eggs it's ordered.
The customer gets one slice of cheese or the day.
And 2 eggs, no matter what, you're going to get 2. So if I ordered like 7 eggs, the waiter or the waitress would start pounding slices of cheese onto the plate. Then what the fuck do they do after I go, I don't want to eat one of them. Do they just throw out the cheese slices? Slices of cheese. You put the gravy pack on top of the mustard, which indicates 3 eggs. You have 3 slices of cheese. Why would you need to cut off just 1? I mean, and how dumb on the people that eat it. It's like, if I went outside and smoked some crack, you're fucking there forget to eat slices of cheese on your beef here. For muscle memory, go and just tear up the cooking or put it on top of the ones with gravy.
Include an upside down mayo pack to indicate life. And remember to remove the marker before you take the plate to the customer.
We used to leave the mayo packs on it just to scare the shits and giggles and like the customers. Some guy ended up getting stabbed 3 times in the face. So we like to make sure a lot of people take the mayo pack off, or you could be together with the doorknob. But now that you know how to read and call out orders here, we need to make sure that you understand how to safely prep food at Waffle House, which I'm very intrigued to see because I have seen some Hamish that Waffle House does. Take on a hose and spray the floor and keep little food scraps on the floor underneath the oven. They are that dirty. They are that dirty. Like, you know, they just want to go, oh man. The 4 cornerstones of food safety.
Hi, I'm Brian Little. And I'm Carl Smith.
Brian Little.
We want to welcome you to the 4th cornerstone of food safety. Did you know over 9 million people a year are sickened by the foodborne illness?
That's a great way to start it there, buddy. Hi, welcome to our food safety routine. Did you know 9 million people a year get sick from eating food? Probably our food, but we like to try to stir that number. Looks like a transition out. But as many as 55,000 people every year require hospitalization because of foodborne illness. I should have been in hospital one time. That's bowling. I was out for it. I think it was probably longer. I was completely burdened out. So much. It was the worst. My asshole was so dry. Anytime I tried to sit down, it was like painful. Blood style was the worst. And I felt this really sometimes. I don't know. I don't know what all that. And over 1,000 people died. Over 1,000 people a year die from foodborne illnesses. What if someone dies from foodborne illnesses? That would be insane. I don't think they are. My boss died from making food poisoning.
To protect the Waffle House brand, to help ensure that our customers have a great Waffle House experience, and because it's the right thing to do, we take food safety very seriously.
I feel like Brian is going to cry off this idea. He's up there. Flashback to me, like throwing up like having a heart attack in the restaurant. Honestly, how many times a day do you think at Waffle House someone like drops it on the floor and put it back in the plate? If no one's looking, fine. Again, at random Waffle House, if somebody drops a pancake on the floor, it's different. Turn it on the sled, turn the top, and I put on the floor, but 5-second rule, just like a house has its foundation in the 4 corners, our Waffle House brand serves the production. It's also built on the 4 corners of food safety. Personal hygiene. Good personal hygiene. You got a baby, be sure to wash your baby. You come in, it's like you've been standing at for more than 4 days. You can't make it have a job. You're going to have to go to that and dispose that. Get 1 more parents and hearing themselves. That's bull crap. Wash your hands when you come back, please. Control the time and temperature. Prevent cross-contamination. Cleaning and sanitizing. I went to a Waffle House one time. We were all laughing. We'd be like, whatever. And we noticed the guy at the grill was like, it was really busy. It was like probably like 11 at night. Not a lot of people were. So that was like one of the crowds was sweating profusely. And we noticed that his sweat was like dripping all over the shit. He was like, clean the stuff, and like the sweat was going down the hash browns and stuff. And we all just like went outside and had friends like, come down on acid, still a little high, but I was sweating like a pizza. Coming down from acid. to get a pizza place. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, you got me. All right, so you got it. Oh, okay, you got it wrong. You gotta roll the dough, and then, bread, and then the sauce, and then okay, I gotta go. Take this fucking butt out. Come on, you jump out of the window. Did you still wrap it up in salad? You sick. Good God. For women who prefer the Waffle House headscarf, or for those who prefer the visor, a hairnet must be worn underneath. Men with short hair can also wear the traditional Waffle House hairnet. I think I've never seen a hairnet with the Waffle House covering. The video possibly with cleaning their hair hot. I should wash their hair. Yeah. Like, well, then I noticed because like his friends started gagging and he put on like the
This table isn't ready yet. To see the next customer, it has to be satisfied.
You know, sometimes I've sat at a table at Waffle House and kids just haven't done that. It's always been funny. But when people learn what happens for you, grab the shit, they just like wind it once, like, what do you want? Can I get a Sprite? Yeah. I'm like, we're in for a beautiful ride, aren't we?
I hope you enjoyed our presentation on the 4 points of food safety. Food safety is an important part of a great restaurant experience.
Listen, I've never worked at Waffle House, but I can tell you that I have not seen any of those displays. They seem to will grow to fucking honest. You know how you receive orders without cook them safely and cleanly. Now, let's prepare ourselves to deal with the clientele that comes in. You know, you're not going to get the most favorable clientele, but you have to deal with it anyways.
Hamburgers at Waffle House?
That beer was so sick. Farmhouse is a very magical place. Also, the older aesthetic, like back then, like the VHS kind of deal, fits way better than all these new clean cut movies do.
Hello, welcome to Waffle House. And welcome to the position we call the door free.
So, instead of just being like, as a beverage, you have to orientate people, they're like, just play the video. After you sit down and play the video, it'll be fine. You're just like sitting in the back. Look at the door floor.
If you're interested, Waffle House follows that weird ketchup packing guy, though. I feel like the majority of that probably tells you what the fuck just give them the fucking order. Especially that ability to think on your feet. But I realize people always think that you're the friendliest person they've ever met, and that you really know how to make people feel at home in your own conversation.
Look at the guy who's like, oh, I love this. Also, that was just a thing on my feet. Am I answering a door and saying hello to people? Goodbye, hello. When's the last time I said you where you right? Oh, God.
And you don't see that here at a door for more than just a smile and just hello. As you'll see in this video, you have to be a gentleman, a smooth talker, and a reference point for nerdler, a smooth talker, and you need to know how to be a couple of more times.
So the guy, he's like, I don't see very nice. What he toast to. So what's this?
I think a professional appearance is vital at the door. I'm talking about neat, clean, well-groomed, enthusiastic, great attitude.
Hello, welcome to Waffle House. How are you doing today? Good, good. In just a minute, before you never had it. I've been to Waffle House like 5 times. Never had it before. I've always walked in and looked at people like, yeah, get out. I'm a phone fine. Thank you, Dave. You want your own stuff to come to Buffalo? Buffalo.
It's like behind it, there's a seat over the table. Your table's not ready yet. Why don't you go ahead and help yourself? Just go up here. I'd be like, no, I'm just staying. I don't want to talk. All right, well, no one ever neglects you.
Well, now we're out of here then. So I guess we're just going to stand here for the next, I don't know, 5, 10, 20 seconds. 5 minutes.
Okay, well, since we're not got the coffee before the dog bar, we'll just do the bathroom. Certainly you have to relieve yourself. Oh, no, I just want to have breakfast. Okay, well, that field isn't quite ready yet, so this is my space. And you standing here, so I'm going to have to really encourage you to sit down at the bar.
Same elevator every day. Same floor. Same routine. Today. Explore your story.
Don't tell how you stop. You feel like a lot.
You okay? It's different, but you'll love it. That's why it's in my third set of scars. Totally normal trip. I'll use it for San Diego Shore.
Somebody told me when I first started, but they could walk the house like I would in a home. That helped a lot because I pride myself on being a good host.
All right, welcome to Waffle House.
What? What do you mean? Take your shoes off. For a second. They told me to treat it like a high hat. Take your butt. Okay. I don't want to be tracking blood in here. Alright, leave them at the door. Leave them at the door. I'll take them. I'll take them. Crap. Sit by the coffee bar and turn around. Because fucking now in this guy's food. Hey, on the back of our house, and it is what legend know as a drug den. I used to be what they call a coke mule, where I would put drugs inside of you and have to cross the border. I went to 3 of my friends out there, even for a few minutes, but I had them sit there, offering something to drink and something to eat. This is so Southern coded. All I know is like, it's just that good old moral hospitality. I wouldn't never have someone come to my house without offering to sit down, pouring in the drink, take a light and a cigarette, and then talking politics. Immediately talking politics. Excuse me, here comes our customer. Hello, welcome to Waffle House. Excuse me a second, here comes the customer. Hello, Hello, welcome to Waffle House. Oh my God. People think coffee bar. People pop up like, the tables aren't ready yet. I have a seat at the coffee bar. Oh, they're screaming in orange. This poor man's a bunch of great chicken on his plate. There's a liquor in there. I like getting a record. This is fucking bad passion. This is signaling that I'm pretty people like, here's the fucking thing, here's the passion. It's a medical record. You can use some Texas code in their cash register. What the fuck are you doing? They need to have a training video on how to, if there's an armed robbery. These poor bastards, they know how to use these scrambled eggs and steaks. It's so for some guys there. So let's say somebody comes in with a 12-gauge shotgun. Hey, we just a man call your table grace if you're buying a cup of coffee. Help yourself over the coffee bar. Hey, Brad, we're really going to have to stop something. Coffee bar, okay? Because the coffee bar is getting a little full now, Brad. The coffee bar only fits 6 people. They have regular black coffee and decaf. When there's 20 people over there and only 3 of them want coffee, it makes it very congested. He's like, Chef, I'm going to do my job the way that I was taught to do it, and you need to focus on yourself. So why don't you and the other illiterate start stacking cheese and break packs and you cook blue bean beans? I think that people like someone else just sitting there all day and they open the door for you. I understand that's like, once again, it's hospitality. It's like, hey, come on in. But to me, it's an unneeded job. It is a waste of time. It's like in New Jersey, how we have people pump our gas. Like, I'm not going to complain about it, but at the same time, it's not a job that needs to be a job. You could do it yourself if you have some time and that stuff like that. Me, I'm like, I don't want to be pressured anymore. I just want to I'll just turn my walk to a place and like, hey, just take a seat wherever you want. I prefer that. I don't like that idea of the guy forcing me to go to the coffee bar. Because I'm also kind of sheep to some guys like, we're not ready for you. And you will have a cup of coffee in the coffee bar. I'm not even a coffee guy, but I thought like, oh, okay, there's a guy that has fast coffee. Oh, this is never had time to say that. It has to be. It's your job to make each and every customer, whether it's a short way, maybe just a cup of coffee away.